Welcome to the live stream. Who is here? Second day in a row. You know, guys, that I have the goal for releasing the new application next week. So I want to get this done.
Out of ourselves, can you feel it? Almost like
guys,
I don't know
if
it's real. Cause when we're doing our thing, we're the wheels that won't stop turning.
Increase a little bit the music and boost my sound. Alright, so I think we are ready. Who is here? Who is on the live stream? I want to know. Alright, so I fixed a couple of issues from yesterday's live stream. Basically was about the video quality. So some of you told me that the video quality was 400 something, and now it should be on 1080. I was improving that, so it should be fine. As you know, we are right now on YouTube. We are as well on Twitch. So hi everybody who joined me on those platforms. I want to know, just let me know in the comments, are you there? All right, there we go. Just let me update Twitch description, and we are gonna start like super fast and super focused. Yay, hola, ¿qué tal? I see more people on YouTube. Hey, Shitin99, ¿cómo estás? How are you? ¿Cómo está? Excited to live coding or what? ¿Con ganas de codear o qué pasa? All right. We are starting really soon. Well, actually, we are gonna start right now. So I'm just gonna move right now to the to my screen, my MacBook Pro screen. Boom. Oh no, that's not the one that I'm looking for. All right, so I want to do a quick recap from what we did yesterday. As you saw, we got a couple of troubles at the end with Twitch authentication, but I was actually able to fix the issues, so I'm gonna show you. Hey Marcelo, welcome. How are you, bro? Display, no sé si es okay. How are you? ¿Cómo estás, Marcelo? What's up? How is everything going, bro? All right, so I'm gonna give you a quick update on what we accomplished yesterday. So as you saw, we are working on this new application for listening to music. without copyright for your live streams. What we actually ended up doing yesterday was actually all the authentication with Twitch. So I'm able to click on signing with Twitch and I authorize the application, and then I get back the user and I'm logged into the application. So this is not working because it's broken. But if I put here the console logs and I show you guys, you will see that we have the information right there. So we have the Twitch info here, like what's the email that I use for Twitch, as well as the photo URL. So if I actually, can I copy this URL or what? There we go. So if I copy this URL, is the one that I have on Twitch. So yeah, there we go. So that's what we did yesterday. As you know, some of you were at the end of the live stream and we got a couple of issues basically with Twitch. I actually posted a tweet about it. I'm fine, bro. I'm fine. Very excited for the live stream. Je vais bien. Shitty99. Je vais bien. So very excited about the live stream. So yesterday I posted these tweets asking for help. So this was the issues that I was getting from Twitch. So I was stuck with OAuth 2.0. We were working on the OIDC provider with Twitch and Firebase. I got it working, we got it working, but actually I didn't see any information sent back from Twitch. For those of you that were not in the live stream yesterday, as a quick recap, we learned this new concept that I never heard about it before. Which is the OpenID Connect, right? So it's an API, it's a contract for basically authenticating with third-party services. So in our case, we were using the Twitch authentication part. So we were setting up the Google ID, the Google Identity, what's the name of that? Google Identity Platform. So we set up a new provider in the Google Identity Platform. Then I was setting up that in the application, but we got so as you can see here, if I go to, where can I go to my console? GCP console, the Google Cloud Platform console. Nice, bro. Where are you guys from? I want to know. So as you saw, we were using the Google Cloud platform, and then we were using one of the services that GCP provides, which is, let me go right there, which is the Active Use Identity Platform. And we set up, oh yes, we set up a new provider right there. In this case, we set up the Twitch provider. So yeah, as you can see there, we set up the Twitch provider, and then out of the live stream, I also set up the Facebook one that I'm gonna show you later, because it's not gonna work in local development, but it's gonna work on production, and it's gonna work on QA, so we can test it out apart. But yeah, we set up the Twitch provider, and then here in the application itself, we were setting up a new provider. So we are using the Firebase UI, which is a library for basically having all the authentication and a couple of things behind the scenes. So pretty awesome, pretty simple to use. And then I set up the new provider right there. So the issues that we were having yesterday is that we didn't get back the information from Twitch to the application. The reason for that is that because we were not using the claims. So for those of you that are not very familiar with this, I'm just gonna do a quick refresh. So if you go to Twitch and you type the OIDC, the OpenID, the C, I don't really know what the C comes from, Connect, OpenID Connect. They actually implicitly say that you have here the scopes, well, not the scopes, where is this, OIDC, and then we go to claims, right? So claims is basically one way for asking in the request to certain properties. It's a way for telling Twitch, hey, please send me this information in my request. So a couple of things that I needed to add here. I needed to add the ID token, because what we are basically telling Twitch is in the ID token, in the token that we are sending, like we are getting from Twitch, I want you to send me the email verify, the picture, the username, as well as the updated at. So all of these properties are the ones that we can claim. So I saw two issues yesterday. The first one is that at the beginning, I was just passing this object. I was just passing the claims object, but I realized in the URL that actually Google Library was not parsing that into a string. It was actually parsing as an object. So the URL was wrong. So what I did was simply like json.stringify, and we just stringify this object, and perfect. That works fine. The only downside or the only problem that I see right now, yeah, sure. Ask me those questions later. I will be happy to answer you. So the main problems that I saw, or the problem that I see right now, is that I'm not able to see the user name. So I'm able to see the email, I'm able to see the photo, but I'm not able to see the display name or the name for the user. Let me see, because I got Tony from Twitter who suggested me display name. That's the one that I'm using right there, and the user name. Okay, let's try this out, because we don't have anything to lose, but I'm not fully sure about it, but we will see. All right, so we will see. So what's the plan for today? Some of you will ask me. So the plan for today is keep working on the authentication, but right now we will shift gears a little bit. So instead of working on this, Twitch authentication or Facebook authentication, we will focus on the database part. So we will focus basically on how can we persist the authenticated user into Firebase. So we will apply the same strategy as yesterday. Like, I don't have much knowledge on how to accomplish that, but you will see how I research and how I learn through that problem and how I solve the problem live. So that's gonna be pretty awesome. So yeah, you will see me like browsing code, searching for stuff, because I'm learning how to do things and I'm just sharing with all of you. So if you have any questions or if you can help me, you have the chat that I'm reading all the time. So let me see, because actually I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't think so. Let's see. No, it's not working, but actually I got another idea, which is instead of passing that in the ID token, I will pass that into the user info. So let's see, maybe that will work or not. We don't know. We don't know yet, but we will discover that real soon. All right. Let's see. Let's refresh this thing out. Let's see if that works. Otherwise, no problem. Like, it's not a big deal to not have the username, because we can ask the user later once they sign up. So not a problem. So, alright, authorize. User info makes more sense to me. Metadata, provider, no, it's not working. Because the login with Google works fine, but the one with Twitch doesn't work fine. So, not a big deal. All right. User has changed. So something that I discovered, I'm just making more space. And by the way, we are just 6 subs from the goal for today live stream, which is gonna be 690, and we hit the goal. So okay, so let me close these. Let me close that stuff. So let's see if that works, because I don't think so. I want to see what we actually send in the requests. So let me copy this over, and I actually want to see the user info toggle work grab claims. So we are sending the ID token, we are sending the email verify, and then I guess user info. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. So if any of you knows, that would be great. Because I was researching yesterday and honestly, I couldn't make it work. But let's see. Maybe claims, Twitch claims, username. Well, Twitch API. Oh, actually, we can do something else. So we can open Twitch. Sorry, we can open Twitch API to see what's actually the property that they use for referring to a user. Maybe you know what? Maybe what we can actually use is just like doing another request to Twitch to actually get this information. There is an endpoint for user info, but to be honest, I don't think so. I don't think we need that. Like, it should be part of these. New Twitch API reference, and I want to see a user object. Get user, get active user, get users, get users. Let's see. Maybe in the update user has more info. The info that I'm looking for. User ID. No, but this is not actually what I create user follows, get users. Display name. So it should be display, but that thing we are using there. Profile image. Whatever. Let me try one more time, and otherwise we can just second for the goal. What do you mean? Second ACC for the goal? What does it mean? Actually, let me check something else. I'm using the authentication, OIDC claims. Oh my god, I feel like if I were playing Fortnite, that sometimes I'm like not very accurate. Let's see, claims. Data type. What's the user info? You can request the following claim. Honestly, user info ID token. Honestly, I just feel like there must be wrong here, because preferred username. It's just like simply. I have followed with my second account. Ah, nice. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Oops. Sorry guys, I'm trying to. 1 second. Thanks for the follow, man. All right, so let's forget about that for a second and let's focus on what matters at this point, which is making sure that we can persist the user states into the app. So there is this tutorial that I took a look earlier and it looks okay. So the interesting part is that what they suggest is to actually keep the user info, like what's the provider information, the title, the name, the email, all that stuff in the local storage, and use that for basically see if the user was already signed up or not. I was very surprised because normally I would expect that to be stored in a cookie or something like that. But in this case, it's not the case. And actually, I was using as well this method from Firebase, which is a auth set persistence. And they use the same approach. Like they actually use the local storage for keeping the persistence of the user. So whatever. So what we are gonna do is follow this tutorial because it does exactly what I need. So all right, so React router, this stuff we don't care as of now. Nope. In React setup, add Firebase to your web. Yeah, we did that yesterday. So they create this Firebase object, which honestly it seems nice to me to have this object, and this should be a singleton anyways, right? So Firebase constructor, whether you use environment, blah blah blah, provide Firebase in React. So they create a new context. We do have a context here, so we do have this context right there, but maybe we can refactor a little bit and just follow kind of like the structure of this tutorial, because I seen this pattern quite a lot in other places. Oh, I don't think this is good. The new Firebase object right there. Firebase context. Yep. Firebase authentication API, we already did that. Oh, the interesting part is that they are inside the Firebase object. It seems like they are abstracting a Firebase in a way that they are creating this object, this class, to interact with Firebase, which it seems okay to me. Like I saw this pattern in the other project that I got for developers in dev. So something that I really like about that is that basically you are combining all the different actions and functions in one unique place, right? So you can just go to the Firebase file and you will find anything you need. I like that approach. Sign up with React and Firebase. Actually, this part we don't really need. So all of these we don't really need. We do need the do sign out. Do password update, sign up with React and Firebase, submit. So all of that we already did yesterday, so not a big deal. Sign up form. Oh yeah, so they are explaining here the problem, right? Of doing all of these. Guys, can you see correctly my screen, by the way? Is this the font nice? Because I don't want to make that super small. Just let me close this, by the way. Yeah, so they create this with Firebase. Next, make it available with our Firebase modules in source components Firebase index. I mean, I would probably keep everything in the same place. Firebase context with Firebase. Okay. I'm just reading through. This is something that I typically do. Like, I've just read through the tutorial a little bit so I can see what's going on. Signing with React. Yeah, pretty simple. This seems super familiar to. This seems super familiar to the developers in the app. Honestly, super familiar. Super familiar. All right, it's time to work. So, so instead of high order components, I think we can just call these. So the thing is that now that I'm thinking through this, I call it with authentication, but the reality is that this will contain more stuff, right? So it will contain Firebase, all the Firebase related functions. So Firebase context, react.create context, and then Firebase context.consumer. So that's it. They create this. Where did they create this part? That's all. Oh, because that's for the initialization. That's okay. So where did we actually... Okay, so they... What's the difference between using the Firebase app or using just Firebase directly? Huh, okay. All right. So we need to create... Actually, you know what? Where is the... Interesting. And then where did we get the config? I think we got the config from this JSON file, so we'll just simply need to probably... Yeah, I hate these kind of like super long paths. There we go. Where is... All right, so we can actually... source we got. All right, so we can actually do that in the app. So we can have here we should probably hey Firebase, what we got, app.initialize. It's so weird that they don't saved the all right, so I guess the overall idea is basically that anytime that we need to do or to interact with Firebase, we just simply need to call that method, to call this object. So in this case, new promise and register auth observer, Firebase app allows blah blah blah. Yeah, so I guess that instead of doing that, we just simply can create a function, but let's not jump over that as of now. So we are initializing the app right there. We are the context, we already created the context before, so no problem at all. Okay, so this is interesting because I want to see where is the react.render. I think because we are using since we are using Gatsby, I think we don't need that at all. Yeah, so the thing is, in our case, I think we should be fine to actually create the provider in the render method for the app itself. Firebase app. Actually, if I go to developers in dev, I think it's pretty much the same. So, okay, so we are getting Firebase context.provider. So we can actually do that in the default method for this one. So if we go to export function app, and then here inside the app, we can just have that, right? So we can have the provider, so we can call these Firebase, what was the name that we are using? Firebase context. And then we can have the provider right there. And then here, Firebase context.provider. So what's the value that we are providing right here? So it's gonna be value equals, and then we can just pass the Firebase object that we have on top. And then inside that, we are just gonna call app. There we go. Okay, and then so we are passing here this object that is basically a fire. Oops, come on. Yeah, that's not super cool. There we go. Where do I have my local host? All right, so we are passing the Firebase object. So now if I go to the streaming app, oh, there we go. I just need to delete that stuff. And then we can have here, we don't need a div for that, so we can use a fragment. It says in the line 20, Firebase is not defined. So the reason why that's not defined is because we didn't import that stuff. So that's not gonna be a problem at all. Because what we can actually ended up doing, let me see, Firebase app, so we can just simply import line 181. Yeah. All right. What's up with that? Why it's module not found, cannot resolved? Probably because I got it. You hate Firebase, but you need it, yeah. Firebase is great, bro, honestly. All right, but I think that's because we need to update our functions and stuff like that. So that's the line 122. Yeah, all of that stuff, we can actually move it to Firebase itself. This thing, we don't need it. That's something that I was working yesterday on that. And here, the logout, basically, we can just have here a method, which is do logout. That will call, actually, what I'm thinking right now is that, so can I just directly call app itself? Because I want to see what's their reasoning behind the tutorial. Like if their idea is basically that I can just call this.auth. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because basically, okay, and then you are importing that. Yeah, that makes sense. So actually all of this stuff that we were using in the other place, we just need to import them right there so we can have those modules ready for use. So in our case, for example, what we are gonna do is we are gonna say, okay, so OAuth, which is gonna be the authentication object that Firebase provides us, will be basically app.oauth, right? So then we have this .oauth, this property. So once we, for example, say, okay, so the user wants to log out, so we will just simply call here the sign out method from Firebase, and that's going to be pretty much it. So in the other place, so we go to logout, there we go. So instead of directly calling firebase.oauth, blah, 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 we will actually going to call whatever method. So in our case, I'm just going to console log the props so we can see the props, but this should be something like, how are we passing that context? Value, so we will see. But it's going to be something like this.props, whatever name, and then do logout. And that's going to be pretty much it. So in that way, we're just kind of like decoupling Firebase, and we're just grouping everything in one single place. Firebase app name default already exists. App duplicate. Are we initialize app twice or something like that? App.initialized. Why we are getting these? Firebase app name default already exists. With Firebase. In any case, I feel like what we should use here is more about like a singleton object. So we are made sure that there is only one object in the whole application. If I actually check, why do you hate Firebase, by the way? So if I actually check source, what was that? same idea. I'm just checking something real quick. Does it mean that the app is mounted twice? No, I don't think so. That does not make any sense to me. Export. Actually, this should be a default export. Let me see. Let me see why it's saying that I have twice the Firebase app. Where are we creating? Let me start moving this around. So React, transform Firebase user, UI config Firebase. Wow. So in this case, actually, we should get all these UI configs. We should get them from, yeah, wow, there will be a lot of refactor, to be honest. Where are we using the UI config? Okay. So in this case, what we can actually end up doing is calling directly firebase.getUI or get configuration, get sign up configuration. So let me do that. So we can start moving things around. So in this case, for example, login configuration. So this will be a static property. Well, we can actually call this a static property. So all of these config, we're just gonna move it right there. By the way, I didn't copy the whole thing correctly. So I just need to copy this stuff right there. All right, so login configuration, we're just copying that over, and then we can just have here a get method, get login configuration, which is going to return the login configuration. So here, when we are just passing into style Firebase out, we can actually do the following. So we can have login configuration. It's going to be equal to firebase.getLogin configuration object. So we are just extracting and moving things around a little bit. What we actually need to figure out right now is what are the properties that we are getting past 101.117. What's the hell? UI configuration. There we go. And then Firebase OAuth. Well, what we can actually do there is get. So we just simply return firebase.auth. There we go. So this could be Firebase auth is going to be equal dot Firebase dot get auth, and then we can have here Firebase signing config, which is going to be get Firebase signing config. What's the name? I think this name does not match get login config. There we go. We'll need to extract this piece out as well. So once we have the Firebase object, I don't know, I will probably stream a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, depends. But yeah, around that. Okay, Firebase out. Oh, nice. So actually what we can provide, yeah, is the Firebase app, right? Yeah, so is this object. So let's see this.props.firebase and this.props. You know what? Like, yeah, we are providing this, but actually we need to consume, right? So we are missing that part. 104, it says that Firebase is not defined, so totally understandable. So we can have right there. I see. Yep. So we can have here Firebase context.consumer. It could be great though if we can actually pass. I mean, we can do it for now and then we can refactor that stuff. But we can actually have here something like Firebase.consumer. It's kind of like silly, right? Because we are in the same context of the app itself, so it's kind of like silly, but Firebase.context.consumer, and then here we can have as the value Firebase, and then this is basically what we return. So this stuff should be a fragment. There we go. And then instead of doing this, we actually can do the following, which is going to be, let me just open this a little bit bigger. So Firebase.get login configuration, and then Firebase get out. So these two guys here, we can just actually delete them. And then this stuff right there about the user, this login, blah, blah, blah. We'll need to figure that out because as of now, we will not need it. And I actually prefer for clarity, I have to go, okay, see you later. For sanity, I just want to do like that. So it says with Firebase in line 48 does not exist. Firebase does not exist. Perfectly fine. Huh. So probably well, first things first, let me move this to so that's gonna be the Twitch provider. So I'm just gonna move that stuff right there. It's not a function. It should just like be an object. Sport const. All right. So we have the Twitch provider right there. We need to import actually Twitch provider, and then related to the rest of the stuff about Firebase, wow, blah blah blah. We will need Firebase.auth. Why is it saying that Firebase does not exist? Can I actually import auth from and then do the following, like just simply. All right, I think this will work, but we will see. Google auth provider of undefined. Okay, so this is actually empty, so we should probably do the following. So import Firebase from Firebase, and then firebase.auth, firebase.auth, firebase.auth. Let's see. All right, so that's another problem, but we will get back to that. Let me see, because there shouldn't be two Firebase apps. And I actually feel like, oh, probably because I think I know what's the problem. I think the problem is with the Gatsby and the way Gatsby handles these, because the app is basically being called everywhere. So we need to create a singleton for the Firebase object. Yeah, the problem I think is, so it says that Firebase app name default already exists, app duplicate app. That means because anytime that the app is being, like, this app is called, basically it's generating a new object. So we should actually, instead of directly exporting this class, we should just export a singleton. So we can have here, and then having a function which is gonna be get Firebase, and basically if no Firebase instance is gonna be equals to, and then we move the creation of Firebase, instead of from there we just move it here. So we create a new Firebase instance, and then we just return that stuff right there. Otherwise, we simply return the Firebase instance. And then here, instead of creating the Firebase object right there, we should simply call this get Firebase, which is gonna be and then here, well, actually I think this should be fine. Firebase app is not defined, which is because Firebase app, where is that? Yeah, so all of this stuff as of now, we should just comment this out so we can get back to this in a second, but we should just comment this out. Comment it, okay, let me refresh. Let's see what's going on. Element type is invalid. Do we have any more info? Where is this happening? Oh, probably just let me do something else. I'm just gonna kill the server. I'm just gonna start the server again. Oh, okay. Can you please don't have that as of now? Just export default station. Location provider created by context consumer. Ooh, too many red stuff. It's so damn hot here. Import, export, up. Okay, let me just clean all of these out so we can just enable that again once we figure this out. It looks like so many errors, but why is it so hot? It's so cold, so hot. Let's see. Oh my god. Let me see. I'm just gonna probably just streaming up, return. Okay, let's see. Consumer, okay. Can I just simply do this, please? Like, I just want to get this back to the normal state, to the place where it was working. So let's see. Oh, what's going on there? Why is it says that I'm not using get Firebase? Menudo quilombo que se está organizando. Can I just... default. But what is... which one is the one failing? So here we gotta return... transform. Let's see if... so we got the app.js. We already checked that. What's the other one that we touched? I think we touched the layout, but shouldn't be any problem. The layout should be fine. The other one that I can think through is the player. Do I have any... station? Ooh. Stations, maybe. This one could be problematic as well. Index app.jst probably export default. Actually, just like this is the name. Yeah, extends. All right. So we are getting a couple of problems, but we will fix them for sure. And I didn't save. Let's see. I'm shuffling right now. All right, so this is a problem. Oh, really? Export app? Should it be called app, honestly? App was not found. What? Really? Are you being serious? Okay, so let me... Okay. Okay. So this needs to be called up. Alright, so is this Gatsby? Let me see. Okay, I think I found that. Is that Gatsby related? That maybe is expecting that to be called app. Oh no, because I'm using app everywhere. Got it. But we should also use the export default. That happens when I'm refactoring. Alright, so let's see. Okay, it's building. Be patient. I'm just gonna start cleaning those warnings because I don't really like to see all those warnings. Okay, so I think that will work fine. Okay, it's rebuilding. I'm just gonna retrigger again. A new build. Let's see. There must be one error. Ooh, jeez, it's taking quite a while. Let's see. Whew. What's going on? Yarn clean. Let's clean this thing up and let's try it again. That's probably because we are using pretty much everywhere. How are we importing app? Yeah. Building development bundle. It's taking quite a while. It never happened to me this before. Never ever. Okay, so when this happens, the best will be to start all over again. Let me see what was. Okay. Nice. Let's see. I just want to get this back to their previous state so I can start debugging from there and keep adding more stuff. So let me see, what was the previous with page protection. Really? Okay. So let's do the following. The streaming app, and then we will just pass here the props. Because this was not the way we were using this before. All right. Whew. Okay. All right. I was a little bit paranoid. All right. So I'm just going to commit this. I'm just going to start committing things because I ended up having too many stuff. Yes, so we get back to the regular state, and then from there we can keep adding all the Firebase functionality. But before that, I want to commit a couple of things because I have too many stuff right now. So update Firebase config. We got a couple of this embed component, this share. Oh, come on. It's just like get freezing. All right, let me go. Hey, what's going on, Kanat? How are you, bro? Where are you from? Welcome. Welcome, bro. Where are you from? Okay, so I'm just gonna commit a couple of things here. So I will not keep adding more stuff until I don't commit this stuff first. So components, container. And then we can just do start migrating Firebase. Hey, what's up, bro? Welcome. So we are working on Firebase authentication for our React application. What's the technology stack that you code and program? Okay, so now it's time actually to keep adding the Firebase context because it should be working fine. All right, let's see. Yeah, keep it up. Are you also a software developer? Or what do you do? I'm curious. So we get the Firebase object as well as the Firebase context cannot resolve with Firebase in blah 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 model cannot resolved with Firebase, because I think this is no longer called with Firebase. It's just simply called a components. Oh, there we go. I just need to re-enable this again because I disabled that because I thought that was the problem, but actually the problem was a very small one. This unregistered server is not a function, which is it's okay. We know that, because we have not enabled that just yet. So Firebase, yep, we just simply need to remove that. What's your database assignment about? Tell me more about it. It's so funny that you randomly join a live stream and say, "Can you please do my homeworks?" It's fun. It's fun. Tell me more about it, and we can see if I can help. Oops, not that one. That one. Okay. So what I actually want to do right now is so it seems the singleton is working fine. So if I moved from one place to the other of the application, is working fine. So that's promising. That's really nice. Now what I want to actually see is if I'm able to use the consumer. We will refactor these, right? So we will do a couple of updates, but let's see if this is working as expected. So this consumer right there should return a Firebase object. So what I actually want to do, I'm just want to try it out. Oh, what's up with this? I want to try it out the logout to see if that's working or not. And in this case, we're just simply gonna call Firebase. What was the so we have here with Firebase? So do logout. That's the method that we should use. All right. It's gonna be a relational database with queries and easy navigation. Yeah. But what's the problem? That sounds great. All right, so probably, let me see. We can just add here a console login out. Probably this should be actually failing, or just say that the user is not actually logged in. So let's see. So in this case, logging the user out. I'm not sure if this sign out. I actually should check Firebase sign out a documentation so we can see what's going on there. Okay, so it's saying that we have Firebase app name already duplicates. No, we should not have duplicate. Yeah, let's see. I mean, you can use... Oh, what's going on here? Constructor. Make sure you add the .m with your Firebase settings. Gatsby default m file is blah blah blah. I had the same error. I followed this instruction. Choose the second option to name the file after it rename. Hold on. Get Firebase. Oh, and it's adding that as... That makes sense. As a global object. Okay, that makes sense. But then in that case, with authentication. I mean, like... I'm back. Yay, welcome back. So, I mean, you can use SQLite, for example. SQLite, like, you can use whatever database you need, like that is relational. If you use SQLite, it's super easy to set up and to use, and maybe that will do the job. Otherwise, like, you can go with MariaDB or anything like that. Let me see this thing. All right. So I'm getting an error right now that says that Firebase is duplicate. So apparently there are 2 copies of Firebase in the application, which is weird because we are using right now so we are generating a new object. So if there's no Firebase instance, we are creating a new instance and returning that. Otherwise, we are returning that instance. So we have a singleton right there. So there's only one Firebase copy in the whole in all the application that we are passing to. Actually, let me, instead of doing that, let me do the following. Let me constructor. Inside the constructor, oops. Yeah, I think that's a great idea to make a Discord server, bro. Actually, let me see, because I think I created one like a long time ago. But yeah, that's a great idea. I think the problem probably is because the way, so let me call this provider. Let me just delete this part. Then we can have here the class to be an app. Inside the provider, we can just actually pass the value, which is going to be this .state.firebase, and we can just simply delete that part. Oh, all right, I think that should work. Let's see, because we are getting that trouble about what was the problem right now? Oh my god, we are getting so many problems, which is great. That's why I do things, to make mistakes live. I'm setting up all of these from scratch, so 103, okay. So yes, export class app extends component. Now it says app line 32. What the hell? It says that it cannot. What the fuck? Set property props of undefined. Cannot set property. But what are you talking about? Constructor props. What are you talking about, bro? It's just like ridiculous. Okay, that makes more sense, but this dot state. Okay. Cannot read property Firebase of null, but it should have something. It's not null. This dot state equals to. Can you please refresh? Hello? Because that's exactly what we were doing. It's kind of like funny. I don't really know if this is because sometimes, guys, there is this cache from Gatsby, so you need to actually save again. But it makes no sense to me. Anyway, we got it. So let me actually go real quick to, let's see if I go, for example, to navigation. And inside the navigation, what I want to do is, where is this? Let's see, for example, so this is just simply a test. So if I remember correctly, what we can actually have here, so let me go. Okay, so app is calling the layout, and I assume that the layout itself is calling declare layout, but actually the layout is the one that I define. Oh, okay. So the layout is from end, and then global blah 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 blah. Okay, so it should be actually the container. No, there is this layout. That is the one that I created. Okay, cool. So here, so what I want to do now, what I want to try now is to actually consume from Firebase, right? So use the Firebase context to consume the information and be able to see if I actually passing correctly the Firebase object or not to the child component. So in order to do that, so you will have here, so we are declaring there the Firebase context. So we need to come here and say Firebase context dot consumer. That's the API for that. And here we just simply need to say Firebase context dot consumer, and then what we are gonna get is gonna be a value, in this case a Firebase value, and we just simply need to say that whatever is inside that we just want to render as a component. So in this case it's gonna be like that. Come on. And then here we are supposed to have access to the Firebase object, so we can actually test it out. Hey, what up, Deep Naken? Welcome back. I think it's not the first time that you are around, so thanks so much for coming. How are you? How are you today, bro? So, yeah, related to the Discord server, bro, like, yeah, just send me a message on Twitter. and I will just create the Discord channel. So we have the Firebase object right there. So I just want to do something super quick, which is gonna be, imagine that we have here a button that is basically for logged out the user, right? So let's see if I actually can trigger Firebase dot, I think it's called, what's the name of that? Do logout. So let's see if this actually does something. Yay! All right, so that thing is working. What I'm gonna see that we can have is actually, so we will need a couple of things. The first one will be move this into a high order component so we can actually reuse this with Firebase whenever we need to, so we don't actually to say a Firebase context.consumer and then passing the value. Hey, what's up, bro? Oops, I cannot type here. Hey, what's up, fun? How are you doing, guys? So okay, so I think if we go back to the tutorial, I think it clearly. By the way, let me first commit this so we don't. So if we go to the tutorial, I think it explains the same problem that we are having right now, because we are having basically this stuff right here, which is Firebase.consumer blah blah, and we will need to repeat that over and over. So in order to clean that thing up, we can actually create a high order component like this one, right? So we are passing as the first parameter the component, then the props will come, and then we just simply return the consumer. So that's something that we can actually do and refactor our code to achieve that goal. So next time, instead of just need to type this on the render methods, we can just simply grab this function with the with Firebase logic. So we can reuse the code and we don't actually need to keep repeating ourselves. So if we go to here is fine, and I actually think like I created this one, but actually I want to create from scratch so you can guys see it. So the thing will be, what we actually need is to export a function that will be called with Firebase. Okay, so as the first parameter we will get a component, as the second we will get the props, and then what this function will return is a Firebase context.consumer, right? So it's exactly the same. We are just literally copying whatever we have on the left side, but we are just copying that on the right side. Why would you use Firebase components? Cool, kinda tired, but now just chilling here. Is everything cool there here too? Yeah, man, everything is super cool. Why would you use Firebase component? What do you mean, bro? Like, what do you mean by why would I use a Firebase component? Okay, so we have here the consumer, and then basically this will be the same thing that we saw before. So we get the Firebase object, and now what we are actually going to return is going to be the component with its own component props, as well as the new one that we have just created, which is going to be Firebase. Just remember that we need to include the 3 dots, the spread operator, so we can pass down the properties. So with this refactor, with this chain, what we actually accomplish is that we no longer need to include this over and over in all our render methods. So we don't need to actually specify that we want the consumer. We simply need to grab that function with Firebase. So in this case, this is a functional component. So we are just gonna call this layout. And once we export the default, we are just gonna say with Firebase because we wanna use the layout, but wrapping the layout with Firebase high order component that we have just created. So with this approach, I'm just gonna delete this thing. We will see that the code is exactly the same. Well, actually, I think function layout has been already declared. Where? Okay. Whatever. All right. So let's see. I'm just gonna read your comments. Give me half an hour and it's done. Yes, it's all yours. I've never used Firebase and I just got confused when I saw a Firebase component. So Firebase is basically a bunch of utilities from Google. It's a suite of many utilities. You have authentication, you have a database, you have analytics, you have Crashlytics, data storage, hosting. So Firebase is basically a tool from Facebook to do a lot of things. The reason is that why you saw a Firebase component is just because I'm creating an abstraction, a component in my application to deal with Firebase. So Firebase, they have a library, they have an SDK that we can use in our applications. So what I'm just wrapping that SDK over my own component so I can interact easier with Firebase. I don't know if that answered your question. It says in the line 27 that Firebase is not defined, but actually Firebase is defined. But Firebase comes from this.props. So I'm just gonna say this.props.firebase.do logout. This is the same story. That's the cache. So it says props of undefined because this is a functional component. So we can do the following. Sorry, Firebase. We can just deconstruct that in the parameters and just use like this. Thank you, bro. So this is my new project that is coming out soon. So I'm very excited to share the progress with all of you guys. I think it's very exciting to be able to connect with all of you, do these sessions and see how I work. Because at the end of the day, just me working and figuring out things as I do them. So that's what I'm doing now. Finding bugs, finding problems, complaining, being happy about it, be excited when I accomplish things, but that's exactly what I'm doing. So okay, so we have the with Firebase high order component, which is great. I think now is the right time to add some documentation. So this is gonna be, this is a high order component that interacts with, that allows any component in the app to access how to use. Just simply grabs your component with this function in the following way. So some of you may think like documentation is not super cool, but honestly, I believe like it's super important. Now you will have access. Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna clean this up so you can see better what I'm typing. We got a question. Okay, just give me 1 second and I will reply to your question. Now you will have access. This high order component adds a new property inside in your props called Firebase. You can access that property as you would expect, as normal. These are props of Firebase dot method. Okay. Where you want to add Firebase, and then we will have here as the other parameter, which is gonna be, so this is gonna be a function, because what we are basically getting is a React component, and then here we are just gonna get objects, props, the properties for that, for the past React component. And now, so that's for the with Firebase. Then we have this. It creates a new context that we can use inside the application to pass and access the Firebase object that we create in this file. This context will offer you, I'm just gonna move this a little bit up. I'm just gonna reply to your question, just let me finish this. This context will offer you to use one of them based on your needs. All right, and then we just need to add some more documentation to this Firebase class. So abstraction over Firebase SDK. This allow us to keep in the same place inside our app with all the Firebase related logic to interact with it. So anytime that you need to add more functionality to interact with Firebase, just simply add one more method here. As you will notice, actually I can just put this like that. As you will notice, at the end of this file we are creating a singleton. We are using a singleton pattern. That's because we should only have one Firebase object within our application. And then here we use the singleton pattern to make sure we only have one instance of Firebase within our app. This prevents us to have a well-known issue with Firebase that makes the app to fail when there are multiple instances of Firebase of the same Firebase app. Note: use this inside the app anytime. Note: this will typically this function will be typically called inside the root component of the app, and you will access Firebase objects using the context, using what's the name? Firebase context. Okay guys, so we got the documentation ready for this one. Let me answer your questions. So we got one, React. Let me actually share that in the screen. So one question is, React is a JS framework, are cool, but one thing I dread the most are forms, and I'm just interested, do you use any good library for that, or just put values in hook? That's a really great question. That's something that I would like to explore. So what I've been using inside my company, we use Redux in many parts of the app. So we use Redux form. And then for other personal projects with smaller needs, what I've been using is just, simply hooks with my own, like one state per field, or I just have like an object with all the fields. It depends, but that's what I've been using. I know I know some people, Jamie Beals, I think it's called, this guy has built a couple of stuff to deal with forms, but I have not had the time to give it a try. But Redux form at work, and on personal projects, I've just been using, as you said, like simply React hooks, and that's pretty much it. Oops, I added, why would you use Firebase? I added this text wrongly, so sorry about that. Nope, I have not heard about React hook form library. Have you used that before? Do you have any suggestions or recommendation? Nice, it's called React hook form library. I will just check it out. I will add React hook form library. Let's see. So you registered each of the fields. Okay. Register. And then submit. Ooh, sexy. What about validations? Well, oh wow, look at that, boy. Ooh, and then you can have registered, and then you can pass all of these. Nice, I like that. Isolate component re-render. Nice, thanks for sharing this, bro. It's really amazing. It looks so cool. What do you mean? But validations are also there. What do you mean by you cannot use it with files? Yeah, I can totally see that, bro. So easy. Love it. Honestly, I love it. Thanks for sharing that. I will just give it a try actually in this project. I like it. I will bookmark this. React hook form. I like it. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. So we have the get auth, get login configurations. I feel like this was failing earlier. Let me see. But we have Firebase imported there. Should be fine. And it's really easy even if you're building a complex object with forms. Looks so nice, man. What do you mean by you cannot use it with files? It can detect a file in form. It can only take text values. You must take the files in hook manually with on-chain. I see. Is there any reason why they don't allow files to exist? Because it seems to me that it's something that they could potentially add. Oh, okay. This is looking so great so far. Honestly, this Firebase and actually, instead of calling it with Firebase, I'm just gonna call Firebase itself because it contains, I would say that the most interesting part is not necessarily the with Firebase part, which is just like a way of interacting with the context, but the Firebase file itself. So now, oh my god, this is something that I don't really like about Visual Studio Code. Like when it comes to refactoring code, it's not that good. I sometimes need to manually refactor stuff, which is not ideal. Like honestly, maybe do you guys know an extension to avoid this? Because it's kind of like a pain for me. All right, so I think that should be working fine. Okay. So we got the Firebase. Now I want to integrate the all the login part. So let's see. So we got the auth user, we got the component did mount auth user, component will mount. Okay, so all of this stuff we should actually, so the way this tutorial is handling this, as far as I remember, was actually to have a high order component for the authentication part. So sign up form, do create user, blah 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 blah. Nice, that's cool. Recompose. I think they use another high order component for the authentication part. Sign out with React and Firebase. Sign in. By the way, I really love the compose part. I feel like it makes things so much clearer. Sign out with React and Firebase. So we were trying that. Session handling, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Oh, nice. You're using VS Code as well. Do you also have the same problems that I'm having when you refactor some codes and stuff like that? Because it's kind of like a pain sometimes. Let me read this part because I want to see the session handling part. You have all the components needed to fulfill an authentication round trip in React, and all that's missing. An overseer for the session state. Logic regarding the current authenticated user needs to be stored and made accessible to other components. This is the part that I'm most interested about. You have all the components needed to fulfill blah blah. This is often the point where developers start to use a state management library like Redux or MobX. Without this, we will make do using global state instead of state management libraries. Since our application is made under the umbrella of an app component, it is sufficient to manage the session state in the app component using React's local state. The app component only needs to keep track of authenticated user session. If a user is authenticated, store it in the local state and pass the authenticated user object down. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the plan, right? Otherwise, pass the authenticated user down as null. That way, all components interested in it can adjust their behavior, use conditional rendering based on their session state. Yeah, for sure. For instance, the navigation component is interested because it has to show different. Yeah. We handle session handling the app, blah 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 blah. Because the component handles local state now, you have to refactor it to class component. It manages the local state of an auth user. Actually, they were using as well the Firebase. Oh, they were not using that. So they have the auth user. Yeah, the navigation component can be made aware of authenticated user to display different options. It should either show the available links to, but okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like that thing I don't care as of now. Like that's pretty common sense. Yeah, you have so many problems, but not with VS Code. So what are the problems that you have? You know, what I typically use for refactoring stuff in VS Code is normally, what's the name of this? WebStorm. I like WebStorm. It does a really great job of indexing everything and just finding files. But it's not cool that I need to change from one editor to an ID. Let's see where the authenticated user comes from in the app components. Firebase offers a listener function to get the authenticated user from Firebase. It's called when a user sign up, sign in, sign out. If a user sign out, the auth user becomes null, so they blah blah blah. We also want to avoid memory leaks that lead to performance issues, so we will remove the listener if the component amounts. Yep. Yeah, React warning can call set state of an unmounted component. Yeah. Start your application and verifying that your sign up blah blah functionally works. Firebase, okay. Yeah, this is the interesting part. Okay, so let's keep doing this incrementally. So the thing is, we have here the so this is what we had before. This was the new promise, a unregistered observer. So we were basically authenticating the user. Well, we were actually listening for any change on the authentication part. Oh, by the way, let me check something. Are we able to display? Oh, let me pull that back because I want to see that that's working. Okay. By the way, we should move this up. I want to keep this like component did mount, component will amount, blah blah blah. I tried to do some stuff with Firebase, but it says every time database is not a function. Honestly, man, like I don't really know how are you using Firebase, but typically what you would do is a Firebase.database is not a function. Honestly, really? Oh, but it's not called database. It's you should call it Firestore, right? Well, at least that's the one that I'm using. Like I'm using the the API is basically Firebase dot Firestore dot, and then here all the methods from Firestore, like document, blah blah blah, and then well collection, blah blah blah, and then doc, blah 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 here. For the database part, let me check another project that I did work with that. So do sign up. Let me see where I do have that. No, actually, are you sure that you're using correctly that? Oh yeah, in another project I also did use that database part. It all depends, man. Like what are you using? Are you using like is it a web application? Is Node.js? In any case, I strongly suggest you that rather than using database, you use Firestore. It's way, like from my experience, is way better than the real-time database or whatever, because it provides you more powerful queries and more powerful queries basically. Style Firebase blah blah is not found. Okay, so let me just. Firebase is not defined in line 104. Actually, just let me move this because I don't want to keep that in the app.js, so I want to keep that inside the layout. So inside the layout, we can just simply call firebase.get login configuration and get out. And then apart from that, what I wanna do is moving the import to the other component. Let me see. Why does it doesn't load? Sign in flow of Fundify. Let's see. Maybe it's because sign in flow. What are you guys saying? Yeah, Firebase is really cool for developing apps fast without any backend API, and most importantly, you can just send an image and it saves the image in the database. That's really cool. I have no idea. Hey! What do you actually mean by saves into the database directly? Because I wouldn't actually never use the database for storing a blob. I would typically use a Firebase storage for doing so, and just saving the reference or the URL into the database. Hey, what's up, GLEEND2? How are you, bro? Welcome. Where are you from? Tell us more about you. Okay, so let's see if this works after 20 years refactoring code. Let's see if this works. It works! It works! It works! It works, people! Are you excited, guys? Are you excited? Because I'm very excited. Okay, let me see. Let me see this style Firebase out. I was trying to wrap my head around a React problem. I need to figure out what's up. What's the problem that you're having? We are developing a new app right now, so I'm just gonna commit this thing with React and Gatsby. Whoops. I'm excited too. I'm so fucking excited. I shouldn't swear. Sorry about that. Okay, so fix. Okay, what I want to do next, I want to do the authentication part. So let me read real quick this tutorial. Next, import and export session index file. That is the entry point to this module. I like the idea, by the way. In another app, I also use the concept of session folder, which I really like. So I appreciate that they use that here as well. So yeah, they are kind of like using the same approach here, right? Which is, okay, so we want to have a provider. That provider will provide the value for the user, and we will extract that out. So yeah, with authentication, that's the same story. Now I'm wondering if the application works the same way as before, except any component can simply use React's context to consume the authenticated user. To keep the add component clean and concise, I like to extract the session handling for the authenticated user to a separate higher order component. I always say high, but it's actually higher order component in a new source session with authentication. I like that, bro. I like that idea. Twitch Discord server, I finished. Oh, we got a question. Need to load an external third-party component from a URL in my production environment. From a URL? What do you mean by that? In my production environment, a third-party component. Can you provide us more context about what's the app that you're trying to build and what's the problem that you're having? Because I can see, okay, I'm trying to load an external third-party component from a URL. From a URL? Yeah, thanks for sending me the message about the Discord server. Okay, so with authentication, and it basically keeps the auth user right there. Okay. Okay. So it's also what I may not like is the fact that it's wrapping also with Firebase, but I think it's okay. Because if you need it, you need it. I like it. I think it's very concise. It's very clean. I like that idea a lot, actually. Yeah, I like that idea. The thing is that with authentication, where did this guy include the with Firebase? Huh. I actually Twitch message on Twitch Discord server. Can I get messages on Twitch? Didn't know that. Tell me if you join. Wow, Twitch is so damn awesome. Way better than YouTube in many ways. I wish for you. I can see that. What should everyone call you? Okay, I'm just logging to the Discord channel. Too many users have this username. Okay, I will do it. I'm trying to claim my account. Oh, but I already have a Discord account. Okay. All right. Let's keep following with this. So for learning purposes, I want to go from the naive solution about keeping the state in the app itself to the refactor to extract that into a higher order component. Let me check something real quick before doing so, because I feel like in the other app there was some sort of session as well with authentication. Init Firebase init. Wow. So it's actually the first time. Out user. Okay, I was checking how I did that in the other app. Makes sense to me. Okay. So we can have here. Okay, so typically how would you implement this, right? So you would have the out user right there, then you would come here and actually say Firebase context dot provider value, well, actually not Firebase context, but auth context provider equal value this dot state dot auth user. And then here we will just close this thing out, right? So you have the auth context, and then here you would create that context. So it could be auth context equals react dot create context, and it could be null or it could be undefined, right? So this is one way for actually doing so. Then in in the child component, like on any other part of your app, you will typically do the same as we did before. Auth context.consumer, and then here you will have the user object or auth user, and you will just simply use that. But that means that we will repeat ourselves quite a lot, so we can do it better. So what we are gonna end up doing is basically moving this or extract this out to a separate folder and use the same approach that we used before. So we will have the provider right there. We'll just create, so if we have here, we can just call this session, but oops, this should be a folder, not should be a file. So session, and then inside the session we will just create a new with wow user. Honestly guys, I miss so much to have a TypeScript in this application. Honestly, I think it was like a bad, actually I can just change that, like I can just create a React, like update the app to be TypeScript, but at this point not worth it. But I wish I could just start doing so in TypeScript, because it makes my life so much easier and makes the app better, more concise, easier to understand and to read. I'm building a JavaScript playground sandbox environment where, sorry, I'm just reading your message right now. Are you still on the chat? It says, I'm building a JavaScript playground sandbox environment where the visible page is React. I'm trying to make it so that it's possible to define a custom output format. So I figure out I could allow you to define an extension that has two files, a backend that runs in the sandbox and a frontend which is a React component that receives data from the backend. I'm building a JavaScript playground sandbox environment where the visible page is React. I'm trying to make it so that it's possible to define a custom output format. So I figure out I would allow you to define an extension that has two files, a backend that runs in the sandbox and a frontend which is a React component that receives data from the backend. That's an interesting problem. So basically, if I understand you correctly, what you are trying to build is, you know, what's the name of this? Code sandbox, or like these kind of applications, right? Code sandbox.io. So you're trying basically, in one way, the user types React or JavaScript, and then you render that into the front end. Is that what you are trying to achieve and to accomplish? In a loose sense, in which way? What's the difference? Because I feel like it's kind of the same. Authentication context, React, create context. We'll just pass here undefined, because that means that there will not be any user. And then function with auth user. This will basically receive a component, then it will receive the props for that component, and then it will return another component that will wrap the whole thing. So in this case, authentication context.consumer and authentication context.consumer. In this case, this will be the auth user. So we will just simply call component we will pass down the props and we will pass the OAuth user object. All right. The thing is, this is something that you would typically use if basically you are providing the user. So if we go to the app, if you are providing the user as we are doing here, right? Like we are just basically saying a auth context provider value equals this.state.auth user, and here we will just add all the different logic for basically interacting with the user, right? So we will be able to here whenever a Firebase changes and populates a new user, removes the user, etc. What is suggesting on the tutorial is actually, instead of having this logic at the app.js level, move this logic into its own file, into its own higher order component, as we do have now here, but extend this a little bit more. So be able, for example, to keep the state of what's the authenticated user, interact with that. So that's kind of like their approach, as we can see in this part of the, so you see it says that with authentication it's passing the component as we do, but then it's grabbing or it's returning another component. In this case it's not a functional component, but it's a class-based component. And that's pretty much what they are doing here. So they are having the different methods for listening to the authenticated user and stuff like that. And honestly, I think this works. Oh, 3 more. Yeah, 3 more. I'm targeting more of a data-driven system and not targeting web development. It's more meant for these React components, could be more for custom data visualization. I think my first, so I mean, we can talk offline about this because it feels like it's a more complex problem that we need to discuss rather than having like a quick answer of 1 minute. So just feel free to text me on Twitter. The rest of the folks that are on the chat knows that, like, I'm available on Twitter, so I will just add you my handle. Just text me there. My short answer for that could be, I mean, there could be a couple of approaches to that. So if you actually, so you could go crazy, you could go less crazy. One less crazy approach could be you define your components, like the data visualization components, in the front end, in the client library. So you create multiple ways of rendering stuff that you get back from the from the backend. And then on the backend, what you actually saved or you actually stored is props, the properties, right? So this is what is called the hydration process, right? So you have the different props in the backend. You do the request to the backend sends you what are the property or the context for the app, and you hydrate the React application with those properties. And based on those properties, you can decide which component you should render and which information you should pass down to those components. That could be one approach. The other approach, if you need like some sort of mechanism to define components on the backend, instead of trying to define components on the backend, which I guess you can have, but we need to investigate how. Another approach could be to completely separate the visual representation of your components into an API, into a contract. So you save the contract into the backend, right? So you say, for example, okay, so I want a component that has 3 columns and 2 rows, and I want this component to pass down this data, and I want this component to consume data from this API. So you can define, like, have an abstracted way of defining a component. Then the frontend does a request to the backend, like an API request, gets that configuration, and based on that, you have a smart components in the front end that basically will get that object and will generate the component that you're looking for. So that could be one way, like having a very smart component that introspects that configuration, and based on that, it just renders or outputs the data visualization, but based on different properties that the backend is sending through. So I don't know if this answers your question or if this helps, but with my limited knowledge of your context and your problem, I think that could be one way of doing so. I'm using grid, yep. There is a 24 columns grid. So I can show you real quick. So as you can see here, this is a grid. So in our case, for example, we are on large devices and I'm specifying that I want 6, but imagine that I want half of the container. I'll just do 12. So yeah, I'm using a grid. The library, the UI library that I'm using called ANTD uses grid, and I'm using their grid system, which is super powerful and super cool. All right. Let me work on the. So this will be props. Let me see how did they do this. Okay. I want to kind of like implement my own version, but using that as a reference. So we will get the components and we will return a class that's gonna be pure components. Nice music. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we can start using the Discord for these kind of live streams, and maybe some of you can jump over and do pre-programming sessions or stuff like that. My mom wanted to jump over the live stream, but I was like, not today, mom. All right, so yeah, so simply this component will have this stage, will have basically an auth user, or that will be undefined, and that's gonna be pretty much it. I think we don't need any other state apart from what's the authenticated user, because with this object we can basically get the rest of the object, right? So that's gonna be pretty much it. And then basically here we can have, so we can actually move the provider from the app. So move the provider from here to the render method for this component. Return. All right. Nice. And then return the component that the user is passing. Passing down the props. So in this case, we are creating a provider. We are passing down the component, and then that's pretty much it. And what else we need here? Well, we need all the all the data initialization from that we have here, so we can actually copy this over and move it here. This is basically the ones that will deal with Firebase and all the different things that we need to here too. And then this guy right there, this logout, I think we no longer do this. Nice. And then this guy right there, we don't need this. Okay, what do we need to do here? So the first thing that I want to do is just make sure that we are using the with authentication. We are calling whatever we need to. So let's stop right there. All context is not defined. Well, just let me. In my case, what's that? Extracting the login model and then this login model will need to use with Firebase and with Firebase. Why is this not? Components, okay, because this component we want to access to the Firebase object, so we have the login model right there. We can just delete that from here, and then we no longer need the Firebase in the layout component itself, because the layout doesn't need to deal with Firebase. And then here we can just simply put again the login model. I don't know why VS Code is not auto-completing. go. Let's see. Ciao, Juanma. Thanks for watching. Is anyone German in the chat? That's a great question. Any German? Where are you guys from? Just put your nationality in the chat, so I can see where you guys are. I'm from Spain, as you know. Well, some of you know, others don't. Okay. Okay, so this is working. Okay, so with the auth context, auth user extends. Ooh, look at that. With auth user, let's see. Component with mount, component with mount, auth user. Okay, so this is fine because we are just passing down the value. We are rendering the component, so that's great as well. Yeah, I know you're from German. That's exciting. All right. So, what we need here? Expected a string, code undefined. Where is that from? Layout, and then what's up with that? Import. Okay. Well, import layout. Let's see. Maybe I broke something, maybe not. We'll see. You likely forgot to export. You know what? This content, where is this content? Alright. So we are cleaning this a little bit. Oh yeah, sure. Just 1 second. Didn't know that it was too loud. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Ooh. For the file. Function. function layout. Okay. Let's see, because all the time, like anytime that I work, that I do those kind of refactors, I always get troubles. So that's the app. Well, actually, let's see. So you got the layout from components. Okay. So that seems not to be working fine. Today we are getting so many issues with the name and default exports, guys. Like, it's ridiculous. Export consts layout. Come on, default user. Check the render method off. Is the maybe there is layout.content. I actually feel like I did content header. Let me do the following. It's always good to... Okay, so let's say I just simply return the children. Let's see if this works. Oh, you know what? Maybe the problem is... Alright, that's something. So let's keep adding more stuff on that so we can actually narrow down where do we have the issue. Pop-up newsletter, no problem. It's nice to see what a human can do with programming if he can learn enough. Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy, man. Like, if you learn to code, like, you are unstoppable in a way. But yeah, we can do a lot of cool stuff. So children, that's what excites me about coding, is that you can be like an architect or a builder or a designer. Like, there's no limit on what you can actually achieve. Login model, let's see if that works. Because I got a feeling that that's the problem. Yes, so that's the login model is the one that is causing the problem. Ah, there we go. All right. You see, login model is equals to, and if I can do that, Alright, so I will just simply do that and should be working fine. Alright, let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. Oh my god. Yay, that works. Nice. Alright, so that was the problem. I'm just curious to see if that was the only problem, because I also saw that maybe the ENTV layout has another issue, but let's try that out. What do you like most about programming? I want to know. All right, so let's see if is that something. Yep. So the problem was with the login model, to be honest. So then we can have the A&T content and the footer. Ay, Dios mío. All right, so we can just uncomment this part of the code, paste it right there, because that's the header, and should be good to go. Should be good to go, people. All right. That's nice. Refactor out user. And then here, this part right there, instead of doing this, we can have export const layout equals, and then have it here as with auth user. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Na 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 na. All right. Let's see if that works. Seems to be working. All right. So apparently now we are passing the with auth user. We are passing the value in the provider. So let's see with auth user. Let me check something. To move this to grabber as well. That seems inconsistent to me. I mean, if you're calling in one place with Firebase, why not to call in the other place with auth user? And that's the one that will return the consumer and will return the auth user. So that's way simpler than that thing. I don't understand. Like, honestly, I don't understand why they call these with auth user. Well, I mean, I understand why to call that with auth user, but at the same time, if we see the difference here, we have the with Firebase, which is a consumer, and then we have the Firebase itself, which is Yeah, we're just that thing I don't understand. I want to do something like that. So basically we are able to say I pass the component, I pass the props, and then we just return OAuth context dot consumer and OAuth context dot consumer right there, so we can get the OAuth user from there. Oh, but the thing, yeah, and then so we got the provider, and this is a way to get to the consumer, and that's pretty much it. And then what we can pass here is actually saying, so this is a user, so we pass that to the component that you're giving me. So this could be user. With setup of the user. All right, so here with setup of user. All right. I like that you have an idea and you make everything that is going to work. You can be very creative, and I love to see what I've done only because I learned something new. It's also nice that you learn every time something new. Yeah, I agree. I mean, not all the time. Sometimes you just keep repeating yourselves, working on the same patterns. But normally, yes. Like in this past week, I've been learning so many stuff working on this new app that it's crazy. Like a OpenID, OIDC, for example, that was something super new for me for authentication. Working more in depth with contexts are also super cool. All of this architecture for dealing with Firebase and the way Firebase Firestore and Firebase deals with authentication and database is super interesting. So yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. All right, so I think this should be enough. Yeah, I like that better. So setup OAuth context, a OAuth user. There we go. I like it better. I think it does not make sense that if you're using with Firebase in one place to consume the Firebase object, you should use in other place with OAuth user, so you can get the user as well in the same way. All right, so now let's see if everything is working fine, and then we can just simply work on these other parts. So component will amount, OAuth user, okay. So I'm just gonna check the other app that I worked on, because, well, if we start working on this part, what we actually need to use is, in one place we will need to have a function like authenticate user, for example. This function will return a new promise, resolve reject. What we are gonna actually do here, oops, sorry. We are just gonna call the Firebase app that we created. So as you can see at the end of this file, we should at least, let me see if we are doing that. So here we should actually pass the with Firebase, or we can actually return that thing of user. We should actually return that here. Let me see if there is any questions so far. No, I don't think we don't have any questions. Yeah, we don't have any questions. But basically, so the overall idea is here we're just passing the provider, right? So we are just passing the user object. Then in this setup auth user, well, actually, because I want to do something else, actually we can pass here. I want to pass the Firebase with Firebase, so we can actually access to the Firebase object in this class. So let me see if there is any questions. Yep, no questions. Okay, so I want to pass it with Firebase, and this is breaking for no reason. Well, this is breaking because, why is this breaking? One more time. Is that it? Where is this? Are we sure like this is not getting a cache version? Because sometimes happens. Come on. Yeah, I think errors is quite common when you are developing stuff, especially if it's the first time, as is for me, to work on these kind of things. But you will get there. Component deep amount. Nice. So that's working. And now please tell me that we can access Firebase. I just need to check Firebase is not defined. Yep, it is, but we should use the visual props. Let me see. Let me check for is mounted now. What the hell? Let me refresh. It's mounted. Yay! Nice. So we got the Firebase object right there. Login configuration, blah 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 blah. Huh. Let me actually make the chat a little bit smaller so you can guys see my screen a little bit better. Okay. Alright, so now what I want to do is create the authenticate user function. So as you see from basically this dot props dot firebase dot OAuth, I think it's the name that I use. It's mounted now. Yeah. Dot OAuth, auth, not OAuth, auth. Then here, there is a function from Firebase. So Firebase on OAuth stage change. Well, actually, this is the error that I checked earlier. But there is this function, this callback function that will be triggered anytime that the user changed, either because they log in or either because they logged out. So yeah, it's super simple. It's just calling the OAuth and then OAuth state change. So that's what we are gonna use here. So we are gonna do the following. Here, what we are gonna receive is actually the user, so we can log the user into the console in order to see what's the value that we are getting back. Initially, if we don't log in, the user will be null, right? So we will not have any user at all. And we can just check that out once we refresh. I'm just gonna hide the subs count so we have more space. I spent 3 days looking for a solution to my problem. I didn't find any. The problem was that the previous owner of my PC blocked all Google. What? What do you mean that it blocked all your Google access? You mean that how come? Like you cannot access google.com? Or is like he blocks any request to Google servers? So let me see, because initially this should be, well, let me refresh this again. And then we just need to call that thing here, this dot authenticate user. Wow, crazy. That's crazy, man. Authenticate user should be part of this. Component did mount authenticate user. Let me do resolved with the user itself, and then here we can have then, and we can have a cache. I always write super weird and random console logs just because I'm funny. Nice, bro. How did you fix it? Oh yeah, so the user is empty, as you can see. Now if I sign in with Twitch, let's see, authorize. Nice. And now we got back the user right there. Yay! Alright, and then we got the provider twice. That's super good, nice. So this would authenticate user make sure we clean the listener once we mount this component. Please don't code or program in Windows. I bought a new PC, a Windows computer, and if I'm totally honest with you, I cannot deal with it for coding. For the rest of the things, it's great, but for coding, not my thing. For video editing, for example, for playing video games, for all that stuff, no problem. But for for the rest of the things like coding and stuff like that, it's just not my thing. I want to give it a try and I want to see, but I was having so much pain with my user, like setting up Node and stuff like that, that I was not worth it. I was like, this is not worth it at all. So we can just resolve the promise right there. And then here we can just this.setState to be the user, but we shouldn't forget to transform the user first. Oh, we shouldn't forget to transform the user first. We shouldn't forget to transform the user first. Transform user.js. Transform user Firebase user. So we just simply call it here, transform. There we go. All right, let's see. I want to do, so in the layout, I want to show something. Can I just use this setup, not in the layout, but yeah, this does not make any sense because I want to do it here. Actually, it should be export class up. Export. How did I use that? Export const app equals with Firebase. and then we can just simply pass setup of user actually. Let's see, I'm not fully sure about this, but let's see. Because I want to set up the user at the app level. I don't want to set up the user at the layout level, right? So I want to just keep this on the top. PowerShell is shit. Have you tried to use what's the name? C Commander? Have you tried that? Tried that? So set up user. No, but this is not right because the provider, so setup out user needs the with Firebase, and Firebase is not set up there. So what we actually should do is the following. So we should have app with authentication. Oh, but not here, sorry. We should go to the app.js. So here we should have app with authentication. So what we should do here is just having children. Because if you remember the setup out, no, actually it's not. Okay, my bad. I think we are good. Let me see, but I think we're good. No, hold on. Without user internally in the return. No? Where is the, yeah, with Firebase. Okay, so let me think twice about this. So we are getting the setup of user, which is receives a component. It calls it with Firebase. So it means that we're just getting the consumer consuming the object from Firebase. Okay, so then I was completely right. I'm just tired. It's like 1 a.m. here, so I'm just tired. But I was right with that. So export class. I'm just tired. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just tired. It's just late. So we have the children set up was user. Actually, and we should put that stuff right there. The children, we don't really care. The children, we don't really care, but we can just keep it there in case we wrap the app with authentication. Setup. Okay. And then we got, yeah, Firebase context.provider, value Firebase provider, and then we just simply need to render this stuff right there. And in that case, we can just pass these .props in case we just pass props there, which I doubt. Okay, app with authentication. Okay. It's not a function. I'm registered. It says that it's not a function, but it is. It is a function. Let me check that. Yeah, absolutely. Send me. Yeah, I know. It's 1 a.m. in Germany as well. It was a long day at work. I could have uploaded the beginning of my CV where only my gain is uploaded, but can I show it to you? Yeah, sure. Send it to me. Okay, so let me see. App with authentication. Let me see if this works. Let me refresh. Props. Okay. All right, so this looks good. Okay. We got the email, we got the user. Nice. Now what I want to do is inside the layout, so we no longer need the setup with whatever. So this stuff right there, we don't need it, but what we can actually have here is the with user, and we can actually check if we are passing down the user as I would expect that we should be doing. So here we got the user, so we should be passing that down here. So let me check if that's true. So json.stringify the user. Let's see if that does something or not. Okay. It's fun that everything is with. Wow. What a super secret password. Where is the snake? Is that the game? High score. Player 1. How do I play this? Oh, that's nice, bro. It looks good. I like it. My productivity goes down now playing the snake game. Nice, it's cool. I would suggest you to translate everything into English, because it's a little bit hard to access a website that doesn't show up in English. What happens here? What happens? Index. 118. It's nice. I like the game. All right. Let me see. Just probably with off user. Come on. Functions are not valid. That's React child. This may have happened in your return component instead of from render. Is this because I'm using without user? And layout, page layout. No, I don't think that's a problem. There must be something else. Layout app.js context.consumer. This thing. Woof. Nice. Nice. Let's see. I want to. Okay, so let's see if I stringify the user. It's programmed for German companies. You wouldn't like to work like somebody else somewhere else, just not only in German. For example, to work in US or London or somewhere in Europe. I think when you apply for an internship, first you need to do a resume or a CV in PDF so they can download and play. Then you can for sure link to this nice website so they can see more about you. But honestly, most of the times what they want to see is like a paper with projects. And what I do is just like, if I want to make an impression on them, I will just create a project or I will hack something and I will send them the link. But overall, in the first few screenings, what they are looking for is basically your resume, a PDF version. I mean, no, but it's great that you are showing them that you can do logins and logouts and all that stuff. I think it's valuable. But I think apart from sending them a URL and a password, I would suggest you to also work on your resume on your PDF version, because that makes the whole thing easier for them to scan and to see what are your skills in a more structured way. But that's my suggestion. All right, so let me finding a name. Actually, let me, it's just because I'm not logged in. Let's see if I logged in. I authorize, and then I should pass down. Oh, actually, without. Where is? What? Yepale. User, let's say for example, user.name. It seems that the user is not being passed down. Let me see the without user. So it's the consumer of context that I'm using right there. Component. This dot stage without user. All right. Should be working now. I don't know, man, like working in another country and doing internships there is a really great experience. I did my internship in Luxembourg and I couldn't be happier. So let me rename this to be user. So user. For me, that's easier to remember, you know. And then user, so we are more consistent over which data are we passing down. Page layout. My question to you, page layout, is why you're not getting the user, which you should. So let's do page layout like that. And I mean, if we want to be extra cautious, we can just structure with a default value. In this case, just an empty object. It's raining. Wow. It's raining like crazy. Yay, now it's working. That's exciting. Nice. So now, okay, so that means that the user is kept logged in, which is great. Whoa, yes, that's awesome. That's really, really awesome. There is this flash time just because we need to save the user first in local storage. Oh my god, this is exciting. Because I was planning to do this, but I only have 1 week, and I think that make no sense. Yeah, absolutely, go for it. Nice. So actually we can, for example, let's do the following, just for fun, you know, just for fun. Why do I really have the header? Oh, I know why. Never mind, I'm fine. So this is gonna be a very simple logic, conditional logic, but basically what I would like to do here is the following. So first of all, let's extract the header into its own component. So here we can have header. In the header, we're just gonna move all of this stuff, and we are just gonna return that. Now, we need to move a couple of things, but we will get back to that. Now here in the header, we're just gonna pass the user. So we're just gonna pass the user, and then the login model, we can just copy pop-up newsletter. The login model, we can just move it there. Okay. What else do we need to do here? Well, a couple of things. So page layout, we have the header there. Okay, cool. So this is gonna be a very simple logic, but we're gonna do the following. So if the user, so if we have a user, which means the user is logged in, it's not empty, we are gonna show certain properties in the menu, right? So one will be your profile and stuff like that, the other one will be login, sign up, blah blah. So in order to do that, so finding a name, we can just have it here. So is user logged in? Okay, and then here we're just gonna check so if the user is logging, we're just gonna render header menu logged in user, otherwise guest. All right, then if you are a guest, we are gonna show you header menu guest user. We're gonna just simply show you the login and sign up. Logged user. We are gonna show you a different thing. So this should be user. In this case will be, I mean, welcome user.name. Okay. Well, actually here there's no user, so we shouldn't pass any object, any property, and we should just do it from here. On click subscribe is not defined. It's not defined. Blah, 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 blah. No problem. And actually, it's not on click sign up. On click on sign up. So we can just pass that to on sign up. On actually it's gonna be the same because there's no distinction between whether, I mean, since we are using third-party federated logins, we don't really care whether you are login or sign up because it's gonna be the same thing. Okay, so on sign up header, oops, I put it in the wrong place. This should go in the header menu guest user, and then on sign up, we should just like pass this down on sign up. Nice, let's see. My dream job could be, but I have only 1 week, and I think that my dream job could be any German, and there I have to go half of my education in foreign countries. Yeah, absolutely. You should do that. Is there any country that you have in mind? I think your app is gonna be perfect for me. I wish. Well, I mean, I'm working to make it work. So I hope not perfect, because perfection does not exist. Like when you're developing software, nothing is perfect. Why is this not? I mean, I can totally see the user object right there, so maybe it's just like header. I can totally see the is user logged in. Okay, is guest user. I think it's easier to read and understand the logic. I mean, it's a very simple logic, but you know. There we go. 35. I'll click subscribe to menu. Come on. There we go. All right, now it should be working. Why not TypeScript? I mean, no reason. No, to be honest with you, last week we were working on a new project, and I was using TypeScript for that. In this case, I got this project as a baseline from another project that I did, where I have a lot of logic already created and in place. So I didn't actually want to spend time to rewrite the whole thing in TypeScript, but to be honest with you, I love TypeScript. I should use TypeScript for this project, but for time constraints, I couldn't migrate the whole stuff into TypeScript. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I prefer to invest that time to actually ship features for our customers. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm all in for TypeScript, so no reason apart from no time. Let me see. How long have you been working with TypeScript, by the way? I'm curious. All right, I think that's working. Let's double check. By the way, welcome to all of you that are new and are watching the live stream right now. If you're new, I'm just gonna keep posting more content like this and more ideas, more crazy ideas soon. So just remember to, what the hell? Just let me check, because I feel I break this thing. So just make sure that you subscribed and you active the bell. No, I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna say the typical YouTube claim. Bro, if you enjoy my live stream, subscribe. Otherwise, don't worry. Yeah, I will visit. Now I wanna finish this. So I feel the user. Okay. Oh yeah. So let's go to the transform user object function. So here we have a couple of information that we can actually retrieve. So as you see, we have the user.provider data. That's something that we should definitely use to show the user in their admin panel, like what are all the services that the user has integrated. Apart from that, honestly, there must be transform Firebase user. So if we logged this user object, you will see that there are a couple of info that we can get from the user. Like we can get the email, we can get the display name, we can get a couple of stuff. So I want to do that. Let me refresh. So we got the email. we got the display name as well. So name user.display name. The only downside is that that comes from Google login, but not from the Twitch login. So they're like, we shouldn't use like that for we can actually use like default to your profile. Actually, that's not a bad idea. In the header itself, if we go to header menu locked user, if there's no user.name, then we can just say something like your profile, like going to your profile. Honestly, I believe that when for example the user logs from Twitch, if we don't get the name for the user, we should just simply prompt the user and say, all right, so what's your name? So what's your preferred name? Or what's the name that you want to use? What the hell? What do you say? Also, Spain or Great Britain would be nice too. Yeah, man. I mean, the world is open, so don't kind of like limit yourself in a way. Hey. Alright, and now I want to include a logout button. Let me see if fan design has a logo that button that we can use. For sure, there is a button that we can use. Let me see. Where is an design? Oh, actually, let me see if we do have a drop down, because that could be awesome if we can use a drop down, like your name, and then here like multiple options. I like the first one, so let's use that. With tooltipped. Yep, I like the first one a lot. So overlay menu, okay. Nice. Locked in users, drop down button, and then we can just like copy these over as of now, and we can just tweak that a little bit later. So nice. That's nice. Message is not defined. What the hell? Can you please tell me what's the line? 32. Message info. Yes, I don't need that. Menu is not defined, so that's not cool. So I'm just going to import that thing here. User outlined, what's that? Oh, it's just like an icon. All right. Brum 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 brum. No problem, man. Thanks so much for keep tuning and for keep watching my live stream. I really appreciate all your questions, and I'm sure like your CV will be a success. So just let me know if you have any other questions in these following updates, and see you probably tomorrow. Because I want to get this app done and I want to do it live stream. But you know what, like I've just finished this, so I should probably go offline anyways. I just want to do one more thing before I go offline, which is gonna be about the go offline logged users. Do I have access to? Yep, I can actually say with Firebase. With Firebase, so I can just log out. That's all I need. Really? Can I use? Really? Are you talking seriously? Header menu logged in users. So drop down. Not sure about that. But I actually can do a function for there we go. There we go, boy. Log out. What's the problem there? Why I don't see the header? Just because the user is not logging, that's not right. But if you stream about 10 p.m. I'm gaming them. I'm only watching passive until 12. Oh, okay. What are you gaming? Do you play Fortnite? That's because I'm playing Fortnite and I'm looking for people to play Fortnite with and to do fun stuff. When I play Fortnite, no, I don't like that game. Why don't you like Fortnite, bro? Like, it's super cool. I like it. You don't like Fortnite? Come on. Alright, let's see if it works. I'm logging out. Why I don't see that updated? Logging the user out. I play Rocket League or League of Legends or Valorant. Dude, I mean, Fortnite is kind of like similar to Valorant, right? Like, that's what I've heard. Do log out. But this should trigger an update to without user. This should trigger an update to this thing here. No, Valorant is C mixed with Overwatch. Huh, interesting. But why don't you like Fortnite? Like, what's the thing that doesn't make you happy about it? I have not played Overwatch, so I cannot tell. Oh, Overwatch? Looks good. Looks neat. Those video games, they look so similar. Like Overwatch looks very similar visually, visually, to Fortnite in a way. I don't know. It reminds me a little bit to Fortnite. It reminds me to Fortnite visually. For sure, there should not be the same mechanics and stuff like that, but looks very similar. Authenticate user. So why I am not hearing? User changed. That's weird. Should like call this function, and I should just like reset the authenticated user. It's fun because what I really love about Fortnite. Okay, there is something wrong with the update. It's fun because what I really there we go, return result. It's fun because what I really love about Fortnite is that it's not a pure shooter game. It combines the shooting part with the building part. I think it kind of like combines Minecraft with a shooter game, and for me that's a very amazing idea, honestly, because it gives you so much interesting shots and interesting matches, because you know, like you can build up and you can do crazy things. So I don't know, it just feels like you have more power and you can create more stuff rather than like being the typical shooter game. That's why I love Fortnite. I don't know, man. I like it. Why is this not working? I also don't like Minecraft. I love Minecraft. Well, I used to love Minecraft. I don't longer play Minecraft. I used to have like a super hardcore time, but not now anymore. So the user is null, but the problem is that I don't see that populated to the child's components. Set state, user authenticated, set. If no user, this.set state to user.undefined. I think that's what I was missing. Is Minecraft with Venus and better graphics? ARK is Minecraft with Venus? ARK, what's that? It's too late for even know what ARK means. ARK, survival evolved. Yeah, but I don't know, like Minecraft is so simple, but at the same time it's so cool. I don't know. I know many people hate it. I don't. But I think at the end of the day, Minecraft, the thing that matters less is the graphics. Like, for having fun in a game, like graphics, I mean, they are kind of like important, but after Minecraft, I would actually question if graphics on a video game matters that much. I guess it matters, but why I don't see this thing? Oh shit. That should be revealed. There's some funky behavior. Anyway, I watched it a lot 2 years ago, but I don't like it anymore. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna go. Ooh, excuse me. I'm just gonna go. It's too late, but yeah, we have done a lot of things today. Basically, we refactored the whole authentication part, and we also made the all the authentication part, and we are working basically on how can we fix the issues with the login and the headers and stuff like that. So we will get back to that tomorrow. So thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate that, and see you tomorrow. So peace out, and subscribe if you are not a subscriber yet. I wanted to do that for an hour. To do what? I wanted to do that for an hour. What do you mean? Yeah, but we enjoy so much talking to each other, so that's life. Anyway, peace out. Take care, man. Ciao, ciao.